All legal notices have been posted. This court is duly called. Can I get a motion to close the court for the January term?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative. Can I get a motion to open the court for the February term?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? Hearing none, all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. The ayes have it, it's carried. Bailiff, will you please open the court?
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the February 2024 term. The Honorable Commissioner John Wiley Price presiding. Please remain standing for an invocation.
Today, the invocator is the guest of Commissioner Dr. Teresa Daniel.
And I do not see the good
Yes,
Reverend.
he's here. He's
Oh,
here. I
there
saw him when I
there he is.
walked in.
He just slipped in. Please come forward. This is the Reverend Gerald Britt Jr. And Reverend Gerald Britt has been blessed to enjoy a life of service as a leader committed to social justice and equity in Dallas. He began working at City Square in 2004 as its Vice President of External Affairs. Reverend Britt supervised and managed programming and public policy efforts. At City Square, Reverend Britt worked to develop living wage job strategies, which focus on training for jobs in construction, environmental remediation, and technology-based soft skills training. Reverend Britt set City Square's public policy agenda based on the organization's values and the implications learned from its service programs. Britt led City Square in forming coalitions and initiatives, resulting in increased compensation for wrongfully convicted, public awareness campaigns concerning the potential pitfalls for nonprofit colleges, sensible immigration reform, and led to local ordinances and state legislation to regulate the predatory loan industry. Prior to 2004, he served as pastor of the New Mount Moriah Baptist Church in Dallas for 22 years. Reverend Britt led New Mount Moriah in a commitment to organizational growth and community engagement in the areas of education, housing, and neighborhood redevelopment and healthcare. Reverend Britt is a founding member of the African American Pastors Coalition, Baptist Ministers Conference, as well as the Dallas Area Interfaith. He is a former Vice President, Board of Directors, Greater Dallas Community of Churches. He is a former two-term member of the City of Dallas Urban Rehabilitation and Standards Board, as well as the General Secretary, Oak Cliff Baptist Ministers Union. Other positions have included Chairman of the Oak Cliff Baptist Ministers Union Citywide Revival Institute, True Fellowship District Association's General Secretary and President, Sunday School and Baptist Training Union Congress, the former Secretary of the Ministers Conference of National Missionary Baptist Convention. After retiring from City Square in 2020, Reverend Britt was called back into action in 2021 by the Dallas Leadership Foundation to work with them organizing DLF Works, a job training program for the formerly incarcerated. And I am so humbled to welcome my friend.
Thank you. Let us pray. Loving God and our Heavenly Father, we stand this morning in awe of your loving kindness, knowing that we are beneficiaries of your unmerited favor and recipients of your boundless blessings. Thank you, Lord, for the blessings of life, health, family, friends, and hope and faith. And we come asking forgiveness for all the times we have taken any of them for granted. We invoke your presence this morning in this meeting, asking you to give wisdom, compassion, courage, and comity to this Commissioner's Court. Cause them to remember to respect one another, remember the citizens in their deliberations and decisions, and to be mindful of their responsibilities to be good stewards of our resources, the public trust and good. Thank you, Lord, for their willingness to serve, and thank you for all those who serve with them. We ask that all that is said and done today redound to your glory and our good. We ask all of this in the name of he who has redeemed us and given us life abundant and eternal. Amen.
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 Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you, Reverend Britt.
Thank you, Reverend.
See you.
And to the court, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege. I'd ask you to continue to stand. This is Black History Month. And while we have DEI and a number of things, I want to basically invoke James Weldon Johnson, who wrote the Black National Anthem. I would not assume that you know it, therefore you have it printed for you. And while I don't have the best vocal cords, I understand the tenet of what James Weldon Johnson. So I would ask you to join me this Black History Month. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmonies of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark path has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Stony the road we trod, bitter the chastening rod, felt in the days when hope unborn had died, yet with a steady beat hath not our weary feet come to a place for which our Father sought. We have come over a way that which tears have been watered. We have come treading our path through the blood of the slaughter. Out from the gloomy past, still now we stand at last, where the bright gleam of our bright star is cast. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light. Keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, God, where we may be. Lest our hearts, drunk with the wine of the world, forget thee. Shadows are 'neath our hand, may we forever stand, true to our God, true to our native land. Amandala. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Not a bad voice.
Not
bad at all.
You know, hey, I had to get screened.
That's good.
Well,
That's good.
In today's agenda, we have some of the money that administration is putting into Black History Month. So, Commissioner, we might be able to sing it again.
Oh, yeah.
With actual music and some chorus.
Yeah, well, somebody can sing. I got you. I know code when I hear it. Anyway, the day's agenda resolutions, Commissioner Andrew Sommerman.
Thank you. If you would, please come on forward, all those who are involved in this resolution. I've asked for some assistance from a very special person to me. I'd like you all to meet Wong Reishu. This is a young lady has agreed to give me her hand in marriage 7 years ago. And she is going to assist me by interpreting from English to Mandarin the resolution as we go.
Did she change her mind?
She kept her name.
Oh,
Yeah. Did she change her mind? No, she kept it. She showed up.
okay.
God bless her. She showed up to the wedding and she showed up here. What more could you ask for, right?
Okay.
All right, if we could please, let us begin. Whereas Lunar New Year was first observed in China thousands of years ago and is widely celebrated in East and Southwest Asia and by millions of Asian Americans in the United States.
农历新年源于中国已有数千年的历史，并在东亚和东南亚广为庆祝。全美国有成百上千万的亚裔移民和许多非亚裔每年都会庆祝农历新年。
Whereas Lunar New Year is often referred to as Spring Festival in various Asian countries and is a time to honor ancestors, spend time with families, and celebrate traditions that have been passed on from generation to generation.
在亚洲各地，农历新年通常被称为春节，是祭祀祖先、合家团圆和各民族共享的伦理文化传统。
Whereas Lunar New Year is celebrated through activities such as the Lion and the Dragon Dance, temple fairs, lantern festivals, fireworks, and family reunions, dinners on the Lunar New Year's known as Ni Yan Fan, and you can do a better job of saying those words.
We'll try. 农历新年贺岁活动包括舞狮、舞龙、挂灯笼、逛庙会、放烟花。 一家团聚在除夕吃年夜饭。
Whereas families will burn incense to worship their ancestors and offer sacrifices to their ancestors before the reunion dinner, older and senior members of the family will give children red envelopes with good luck pocket money known as Yi Xin Zhang, wishing them another safe and peaceful year. Boy, I butchered that one, didn't I?
在除夕，家人聚会要烧香、祭祖、上供，大人会给未成年的晚辈孩子们发红包，也叫压岁钱，表示把祝愿和好运带给他们。
Wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Whereas Dallas is proudly home to the second largest Asian American population in Texas with 192,132 residents. They have shaped the Metroplex into the #2 best place in the nation for Asian American entrepreneurs to start their own business with over 19,000 Asian-owned businesses in DFW.
达拉斯郡拥有德克萨斯州第2大亚裔美国人口，共有192132名居民。他们使这座大都市 成为亚裔美国企业家创业的全美第2大最佳去处，在 DFW 拥有超过19000家亚裔企业。
Whereas 2024 is the year of the dragon, an auspicious animal, and the only mythical creature in the Chinese zodiac, the dragon is seen as powerful, courageous, intelligent, and is idealistic and a visionary leader.
鉴于2024年是农历的龙年，龙是一种吉祥的动物，也是中国12生肖中唯一的神话生物。龙被视为强大、勇敢、聪明，是一位理想主义和有远见的领导者。
Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize Lunar New Year in Dallas County and wishes everyone good fortune, prosperity, health during the Year of the Dragon. And I so move.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Is there any unreadiness? All those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of voting.
Aye.
Those who are opposed, same sign. Chairs in the affirmative.
Thank you so much. Now, if you would please introduce yourselves and tell us what organizations you represent, please.
Yes. Good morning, all. My name is Charlene Chung, and I'm the president of Greater Dallas Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce. It's my honor and privilege to be able to receive this resolution on behalf of Greater Asian American community. For the many of us Asian American who call Dallas our home or run our business in Dallas, it truly means a lot to have this holiday recognized and celebrated through this resolution. For our community, Lunar New Year is one of the most important times of the year, and we are so happy to be able to share our culture, history, and traditions with everyone. We wish everyone a lucky and healthy Year of the Dragon, and we hope that in the future we can continue to build upon our partnership with Dallas County and perhaps bring together a Lunar New Year celebration for Dallas County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, you have events coming up for the New Year, is that
yes,
correct?
on the February 25th, Sunday, we have a Lunar New Year charity gala on the Renaissance Dallas Edison Hotel. It's about 1,000 people event.
Excellent. Sounds real good. Would anybody else like to add anything?
Yeah, and also, all the commissioners, you are all invited.
Thank you so
It's
much.
on my calendar.
Yeah, I believe all of you already received the invitation for this event.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would anybody else like to add anything else?
You want to say something?
My name is William Nguyen. I handle operations at Asia Times Square. Beside me is Michelle Tran, who handles our marketing, and Mr. Steve Lowe, who's our chairman. First off, we would like to say thank you. It's such a huge honor for us to receive this resolution alongside all these wonderful organizations. At Asia Times Square, our team has embraced our mission of preserving tradition and promoting culture, and we have worked hard for the past couple of months to bring over 3 weekends of festivities for everyone to enjoy. Actually, our past 2 weekends have shown record numbers of attendees, and we couldn't have done that without the support of our neighboring cities and county. So please join us as we continue our vision of becoming the destination to connect culture and community as we gear up for our 3rd and final weekend. This Saturday and Sunday at noon, we're going to be having one of the longest firecracker show and some pretty epic lion and dragon dance performances. And this Saturday, specifically, we're going to be partnering up with the Texas Rangers so that we can display the trophy at our place so our attendees can enjoy. So thank you.
Sounds real good.
Excellent. And, first of all, can you please introduce all yourselves? I know that I have the honor of working with, Mr. Lowe with Asian Times Squares. We presented also a resolution when you opened. But, I thank you, Commissioner SOMMERMAN, for the resolution. But I see a lot of my friends, and one of that I have traveled with.
Sure.
I had the honor of going with them to Taiwan in a mission with the city of Dallas. And I would love for you to introduce yourself. My mentor of many, many years, Dr. Charles Koo, is here with them. I met him, believe it or not, as a dentist. He was one of the examiners when I took my dental boards. Needless to say that he was the best examiner I passed. But with that being said, the Asian community, the Taiwanese Chamber of Commerce, and all the other Asian organizations have done a fabulous job, not only in putting Dallas in the map, but also continue to, nurture relationships between not only Texas, but the United States and, and the world. And not only that, like Commissioner SOMMERMAN read in the resolution today, the community continues to thrive, continues to unite us all, and I really appreciate your help, your support, but more importantly, your friendship during all these years. So would you please introduce, President Chung, could you please introduce everyone? Because I see several past presidents as well.
I think probably they can introduce themselves.
Okay, sounds good.
First, Helene Lee, the honorary
I know, Ms.
president.
Lee.
Yeah, I'm Helene Lee. I'm the Chamber of Dallas, and under the chamber, so we have a committee, Sister City Committee. I'm the chairwoman. Very happy to be here. And
Thank you
very
for being
honored.
here, Ms. Lee.
Okay, next is honorary president, Dr. Charles Koo.
Yes, Dr. Koo, good to see you. Say hello to Mary.
It's so humble.
And the honorary president, William Chow.
Hi, good morning, all the Commissioner Corps. First of all, I really appreciate that we have this opportunity, and really thankful Commissioner SOMMERMAN, and to treasure this Asian community. We try to utilize the cultural component to be melting everybody's culture to be here. We really appreciate Dr. Abel Garcia, Ms. Price, and our judge, and Dr. Daniel. We all working together in certain function of it together. Really, really appreciate you have given us this opportunity to let us express our appreciation and our home country culture. Thank you.
And thank you for your service, Honorable Chow, with DART for many years.
Next one is my sweetheart, my husband.
There we go, good.
Honorary President Kai Chung.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Kai Chung. I'm so honorable to be here. I've been serving the Greater Dallas County Chamber Council back to the 2012 to 14. And the reason I want to say something a little bit different is I have a Dairy Queen down the road at the Forward Avenue, so I so appreciate the Dallas County office people been traveling to my office, my restaurant to have a lunch. And I met Commissioner Price there one time, and I'm in your district, on Abel Garcia's district. So I appreciate that. I've been last 27 years. Thank you, and I've been grateful to be here to serve in the Dallas County. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for all your help during COVID. We did a lot of the events there.
The honorary president, Ting Huai Lee.
I am Commissioner Judge Jenkins. It's an honor to be here. Sorry, I got some cold, so but I appreciate. I'm Ting WILEY, past president of Greater Dallas Chamber of Commerce. I was in charge of a lot of student exchange program with Dallas County and Taoyuan City. And last year, before last, we host Judge Jenkins and the GIST Secretary Linda Griffin. In Taoyuan County, we have a seminar talking about the future cooperation education program. So it's very honored to have participated in this program and help both sides to get more communications. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
Well, I finally decided to say a few words.
Very good.
The reason I didn't talk because you can see I just we have such young leaders coming up, and I'm just too old to do anything. So you all remember all these people. They will continue to carry the legacy that we have between Taiwan and the Dallas County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Koo founded the first Chinese school in Dallas County. And Domingo, my husband, always say he was going to learn it. I don't think he has ever made it to the first class, but.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Steve Lowe, the chairman of Asia Times Square. On behalf of Asia Times Square and the Lowe Foundation, I sincerely thank you for your dedication, service to the community, and thank you all for having us today. Wish you and your family well, and happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you.
The Lowe Foundation has given a lot of scholarships in Grand Prairie for students, so thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Tran with Asia Times Square. I am the marketing manager. I've been working with them for about 2 to 3 years now, and being able to not only just bring our culture and traditions to life in these festivals, but to connect with the other neighboring communities in Dallas. Thank you so much for, allowing us to be accepted in this resolution. We are in Grand Prairie, bordering Arlington, so it is just great to see everyone from different backgrounds, different ages, all come together to celebrate and just to be able to keep this going and this tradition with us. So wishing you all a happy Lunar New Year and this year of the dragon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Would we can
I'd like
get a
to have
picture taken.
for all of us together since we're all wearing red too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
I just got them last night. Hey, thank you, President, for being here. Hey, thank you, guys. Thank you, Matthew. Can we say thank you to Matthew? We'll try to make it. Can we also be in a picture?
Yes, please.
I just saw the scholarship recipients. And I bought this when I went to Taiwan, the bracelet.
Do you want to come on? Just scoot a little bit that way.
Someone can get on the other
Reach over,
side.
you scoot that
Balance
way.
it.
There you go.
There we go.
Perfect. Thank you. Oh, sure.
I also won the meatball contest, making contest.
Got it.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. President, thank you so much for this.
I have a question. I'm with Asia Times Square. I'm with the Vietnamese American community of Dallas. So will we have a chance to say something too, or?
Yes, I mean, Commissioner Sommerman, we have the Vietnamese Chamber of Commerce too. Oh, excellent. So would you like to say a few words? Sorry, I didn't see you.
You need to go to the podium.
To the podium.
Please.
Thank you, William.
Hi, my name is DULY, and I am the president of Vietnamese American Community of Greater Dallas. And beside me, I have my vice president of Internal Affairs. And we are very honored to be here today. Thank you so very much for including us, inclusive diversity, right? So I appreciate that. Would like to thank you for the past 2 years. We have worked with the Dallas County election to bring our center to be a voting center. So we are very much appreciative of that. Thank you. We like to have a chance to have the Vietnamese community voice the voice more. And in preparation for the Lunar New Year coming up, we had a celebration at one of our building in Garland, but we will have a formal one at our community center, and you are all invited. It is located at 3221 Bellay Road in Garland, 75044. It starts 11. It will have firecrackers, lion dance, and a lot of the traditional Vietnamese way, like honoring the ancestors and in celebration of that. And again, we very much thank you all for including us. And it's Saturday at 11 o'clock. So thank you.
You bet. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Judge, I have the next resolution. Will Laurie Larrea please come forward?
Good morning.
And the resolution reads as follows. Whereas Laurie Bouillion Larrea came to Dallas County in 1988 after having already served 10 years in the workforce, employment, and training sectors in Port Arthur and Houston, Texas. And whereas when Laurie arrived in Dallas in 1988, her passion for workforce continued to deepen. And soon she accepted a job with the Private Industry Council of Dallas, previously a City of Dallas operation. Her leadership skills and drive for success were quickly noticed, and within weeks she was offered the executive director position. And whereas a year later, in 1990, then County Judge Lee Jackson recognized the need to centralize workforce in the county and work to combine the city and county employment training departments into a nonprofit board now known as Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas. Once both boards agreed, Judge Jackson brought Laurie Bouillion Larrea on as a new department head and told her she had only 8 months to merge the county team and operations into the newly established nonprofit organization. Judge Jackson offered Laurie $5 for the position, as he wanted to make sure everyone knew the job was not about the money, but was about service to the community. And whereas on July 1, 1991, the Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas, under the leadership of Laurie Bouillion Larrea, became one of the first workforce boards in the country to merge together city and county business and form a single nonprofit. The model was noted nationally as a coming best practice, and in 1995 became part of a statewide model in Texas. And whereas since that time, Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas has continued to serve as a model workforce board under Laurie's leadership and has expanded services to employers, including upskilling, skills training, on-site provision of adult education, and English as a second language, as well as providing child care subsidies to workers. And whereas Laurie Bouillion Larrea and the board have partnered with Fortune 500 companies to create training and education programs, received numerous grants to enhance the board's mission, and strategized on new and innovative ways to reach job seekers. Laurie has been called to testify and share the board's success in Washington, D.C. and all over the country, all while receiving numerous awards and national recognitions for the critical work that Workforce Solutions Greater Dallas has accomplished. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby extend their sincere appreciation to Laurie Bouillion Larrea for her commitment to excellence, her dedication to the community that she serves, and her determination to create and maintain a model workforce development board, and for her innovative solutions that have led to a stronger and more successful Dallas County. And be it further resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize and congratulate Laurie Bouillion Larrea for her incredible 40-year career in workforce development, serving the residents of Dallas County since 1988, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all
Laurie?
very much and appreciate it. All of you have been so special to me. As you hear, I have a long history with the county and a good history with the county. If I could thank Commissioner Dr. Garcia for you sent me a lovely statement in September. Thank you for that. This has been a long goodbye. 1 year in the making. I've talked with Commissioner Dr. Daniel and Commissioner Price over the last year. Thank you for your help. And Commissioner Sommerman, your staff has been amazing this year working on child care, and my heart is with them. They have the right idea.
Thank you.
So thank all of you for what you do. It's appreciated. And you notice the word retirement did not come up. I will stay connected to the U.S. Conference of Mayors Workforce Council. I am a board of trustee, and I stay with them. I will stay active in the Dallas community as much as I can, but so appreciate these last many, many, many years. As he mentioned, I had a choice of Houston for a little while. Dallas was my preference, exactly. And I appreciate all of you very, very much. Thank you for today.
What a force.
Laura, Judge, I can't say enough. I've probably had the longest, relationship with you.
Sir.
But you've always been accessible. You've always been on the ground, and regardless of what we ask you to do, you did it. You provided real, tangible work for individuals, whether they were interning or just in the community. And I appreciate that. It was real metrics with your job. It wasn't the fact that, maybe I shouldn't even call it a job. It was metrics that you delivered to this community. And on behalf of a very grateful community, I want to say thank you. Even the most difficult workforce, and we talked about this a number of times, the programs, you know, you always seem to manage to work with those individuals. And so I just want to thank you. Unfortunately, we're still having some of those challenges today, but they're so much better because of the blueprint that you've left here in Dallas County for your successor or successors to follow. And you know, during this Black History Month, you know, Harriet Tubman talked about the escape route. And part of it was about following the North Star. And one of the things she said was, she said, Harriet Tubman carried a gun. And she said, you know, I really don't carry a gun from Massa. She said, because I can outsmart Massa. That's the reason I've been able to go and come. She said, but I carry a gun so that if you too weak to go on to freedom, then you're weak enough to tell Massa which way we went. And I see you in that tradition of going into the community and working hard, regardless of what some of the other individuals say. You worked in the community, in our community. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice and your passion for workforce and training. God bless you.
Thank you, Commissioner. It means a lot.
And that was workforce wherever it was and whatever you needed to do, you went. And I think the very first time I met you was sitting next to you on an airplane, flying wherever it was that we were gonna do, but just being so impressed, first of all, just by the width and the breadth of the knowledge, but the commitment, the dedication to what's good for working people. Because in the end, we're all working people. And that was, you know, and it just, you know, makes me smile to think of all the things that you've been involved with that were for the good of people.
Well, Laurie, I mean, I think my colleagues expressed it all very well. Not only were you one of the pioneers, you broke barriers, you set the stage for what we needed to do as a community, as an elected official bodies. And we will always be grateful, you know, because there was a woman with the courage to go anywhere, regardless of which community it was, to do what it was right, the right thing to do. And you did it without any fear. I appreciate, recognize, and not only that, admire that. Thank you for all your work. Thank you for staying involved. You know we're gonna call you, right? So thank you again and congratulations.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Touch.
Laurie, come on up, take a picture.
Laurie, don't go.
I couldn't have picked a better day. Gerald Britt is one of my dearest friends in the community and colleagues through all these many years.
Come on up.
Whatever you want to do.
Whatever you want to do.
You can have the judge's seat.
You sure can.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Laurie.
Thank you. Congratulations. We'll be talking.
All right. Yeah, before we go on to the next thing, I want to take a moment of personal privilege. Lauren is here, and she's got a special guest. You want to tell us who your special guest is? You want me to?
Yeah.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Mom.
Excellent.
Wow.
All right.
Hi, Mom.
Hey,
Thank you
Mom.
for joining
Hey,
us
Mom.
today.
betcha. Good. All right, next we have presentations. I think the first one is from Commissioner Price.
Dr. Wong.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I
That's
didn't see
okay,
that.
no problem.
Yeah, Dr. Wong, please come forward.
And I did get all that information. I sent you a letter back to.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to
Got
get more of that from ABI.
He's saying?
Lisa. Delegations on for Black History and Black National Anthem.
And he did a good job.
Yeah, came out better than we expected.
All right. Morning. Following up on our data that we present, the availability of ICU beds, again, pretty stable from throughout since the beginning. Confirmed COVID admissions in the prior 24 hours, had gone up a little bit, and you'll see that in the next couple numbers. Sort of plateauing perhaps now. Some of the numbers are as high, getting to as high as we've seen probably a year ago, but still not as high as we saw during the peak. So it's been getting worse, but...
And that doesn't give you any pause?
Oh yeah, I mean, we definitely, probably anecdotally also, you're hearing a lot of people testing positive for COVID. I know I'm hearing some of that, and I'll show you some of the variant. The latest one, JN1, I think seems to be pretty easily transmissible. Fortunately, not more severe illness, but this one's knocking people down pretty hard is what I'm hearing. So it's still important to, get the vaccine and wash your hands and stay home if you're sick and do all those things because...
You didn't say that loud enough, but vaccines, wash your hands, and okay, got you. Okay.
You can wash hands, stay home if you're sick, don't rub your eyes, nose, and mouth.
I know.
All those things. And then there are treatments also if you do test positive. And then masking if you're high risk or in a setting with close contact with people, poor ventilation, it's never a bad idea to wear a mask. You can see, again, some of the hospital numbers are as high as about last January, almost, not quite to that peak, but starting to level off. But certainly compared to the last couple months, it's higher than what we've seen since last year. This is deaths. Fortunately, again, the severity has not been worse with some of the latest variants, but we still get reported deaths. It is still a cause of death. And these are the distribution of the variants, and you can see this JN1 now has really taken over this is national data for the US, and then also you can see the variant proportions in Texas. Again, it looks like the mutation, it is perhaps associated with really more easy transmission, fortunately not more severe illness, but still we can see the numbers of hospitalizations and things. Vaccines still available, still working on the outreach. Here's our latest schedule of upcoming events. Again, continue to work with your staff on some of these events. So the respiratory viruses in general. The other one that really going up now is flu. It's about almost 21% of the tests now coming back positive. It had started to dip down at the beginning of January, now going back up. So you can see the numbers. It's that red line, and percent positive are now as high as they've been. If you compare that to prior seasons on the bottom right, you can see it could keep going up like it did in 2018, 2019 on that path. So flu is still something definitely to keep watching over. We're hearing some things about, I just saw an article about hospitalizations for kids at the Children's Hospital for flu. So again, it's not too late to get the flu vaccine and do all those other preventive efforts to slow down the spread of flu. And then RSV, fortunately, has really come down, and so like that vaccine that was for pregnant women, you could give it to protect the child before birth. Since we're at the end of the season, that vaccine is no longer recommended for the pregnant women at the end of pregnancy. It's still now available, for persons 60 and older, and so should discuss with your physician about getting that because it can protect for like 2 seasons, so it would have longer protection. So that's something to discuss with your physician. But for the season right now, you can see that we were pretty much, it seemed to be.
Why not the pregnant women at the end of their, whatever it is? Do we have complications or what?
It's so like during week 32 to 36, getting that vaccine, then the antibodies can go to the baby before delivery and protect them during that.
But I thought you said we're not doing that anymore. I probably misheard you.
Oh no, just because of where we are on the seasonality. So the recommendation was like if before end of January, provide that to pregnant women during that period. But now since by the time they deliver, it'll be then another 4 weeks at least, and we're really at the end of this season, so the recommendation is no longer.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Doctor.
Let's see. I think that might be all I have.
Thank you.
In a capsule, doctor, just for, everyone that is listening, what are the recommendations right now with the new variant and some of the spike in COVID?
Do like we've always been saying, get vaccinated. If you haven't been vaccinated for flu, for COVID, there's still one of the best protections we can provide. If you're sick, stay home. Wash your hands. Don't rub your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough into your sleeve. And there are treatments also available if you test positive, and so that's available. And also masking, especially if you're in close settings with poor ventilation, and if you're high risk, it's certainly never a bad idea to
wear a mask. And Dallas County Health and Human Services is offering all these vaccinations
Yes.
at no cost in
yes.
our events.
Okay. No.
We might, let's see, what?
No, I was going to say that, but yeah, no,
Yeah, I
not
think-
at no cost. But
Yeah. Now the other thing, some of it's we have the commercialization like of the COVID vaccine. So the insurance will pay for it if you have insurance, and then if you don't have insurance, then we have ways to get that for COVID.
And that's an annual vaccination, right?
It's going to get that way probably. It's not fully.
But the flu
developed.
shot
But they're
is-
looking. I know that there are efforts to even combine the COVID vaccine with the flu for future. So they're working on that.
Thank you, Dr. Huang.
Thank you very much.
Judge, ordinarily, let me get a motion to suspend. I'm just going to rearrange my production. I want the sheriff. Okay. Let me ask Sheriff Marion Brown and her delegation to please come forward. I know y'all are anchoring to get back to work, and so I need to get you. And while they're coming, the county jail population and jail capacity, our midnight count was 6175, and that's I don't think people continue to appreciate and realize what that means. Delegation, come on forward, y'all. What that means. One of the things when we talk about capacity, just February the 3rd, Harris County is out of compliance, and they just spent $50 million of inmates outsourcing. Tarrant County, $23 million, and I think the place they were sending it to is out of compliance. Dallas County is the urban county. I don't think we appreciate that. We're authorized for 7,100, and we had 6175 midnight. Even with our partners nobody else makes the dadgum news, but TDC, we're still having some issues with their computer transfer, but we are in compliance. And Sheriff, the Texas Commission on Jail Standard Road Sheriff Marion Brown said the most recent inspection in Dallas County on January 22nd through the 26th, 24 by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. Inspector Michael Gravitt, Inspector Jason Jewett, Inspector Michael Garrett, Inspector Todd Allen, and Assistant Director Ricky Armstrong have demonstrated that your facility is in compliance with the Texas Minimum Jail Standards. Enclosed, you will find the Certificate of Compliance for the Dallas County Jail. And we bring it today primarily because it wasn't official until Director Brandon Woods signed it. And I just want to say, not only were you in compliance, but the commentary from the lead inspector to all the other inspectors, the fact that this was one of the cleanest facilities that they had inspected, number one, the morale of the employees was just unbelievable, and number two, the respect even that custody had for your officers. Apparently, there's certain headgear that's not permitted in the jail, and as they walked around, the inspectors made note that all they had to do was point, and the individuals relieved themselves of that headgear, and so it's just a net. It's a net. I mean, here, you know, that was all it was. But it was not in compliance. They just don't allow it, because it does. You know, it's just clutter in the jail. But anyway, they were impressed that that had occurred, and so the certificate of compliance is to certify that the Dallas County Jail has been duly inspected and has been found to this date to be in compliance with the Texas Minimum Jail Standards under the authority of the Government Code, Chapter 511, on the Texas Commission on Jail Standards. And while, Sheriff, I know you have the original, they sent a hard copy to us and copied Judge Jenkins with regards to it. It is no small undertaking. When I look and see Harris County and others' capacity, 50 million here, 20 million there, you know, you and your team continue to manage. Even though we were able to get a variance, we haven't needed it. And so I just want to say congratulations from Dallas County for a well-deserved inspection. I'll yield.
How many times did you get an excellent? I mean, I heard it was a bunch.
It was quite a few. Yes, it was.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much to this court. Thank you all for this acknowledgement, and I want to restate what you have said, Commissioner Price, and that is our team, because this is a team effort. This is something that the people who are a part of our team, some 2,100 employees, some 1,300 who work just on the detention side to do what I call turn this wheel every single day, all night, they turn the wheel. And so this is why we do what we do. I want to make sure that it is clear that we understand where the rubber meets the road, and that is the people who do the work. So we appreciate this acknowledgement. I want to point out that we have a portion of our staff here because, again, we do nothing by ourselves, Dr. Daniel. We do this together. And so we are proud of what it is that we have accomplished, and we look forward to continuing the work that we have been doing.
There's an event this weekend at the South Dallas Government Center, and some little guy is going to be involved in that part of that with along with you.
Yes, Shaq and the sheriff will be hosting a gun buyback this weekend at 8401 South Polk Street at our academy. And so we are excited about our partnership. This is the first time that we've done one here in Dallas County as a county as a whole. And so we're excited about that. And we're looking forward to, some people have said to us, well, that does not affect crime. What we are trying to affect is safety. That's what we're trying to affect, gun violence. And I say that, and I mentioned that if an individual is accidentally shot, i.e. a child playing with a weapon, then that's gun violence. It's not necessarily a crime, but that's gun violence, and that's what we're trying to affect. So we're inviting the community to please come out and bring those unwanted weapons that grandpa, grandma left in the closet that you think the kids don't know about. Bring them out. We'll give you a gift card for it.
Yeah.
I know, we know that.
I wanted to add just a little bit too, and congratulations. I've only been here 11 years, but it's, we kind of take for granted that all of the staff, all of the sheriff's people, that the Dallas County Jail is going to be well run. As you say, it's 24/7. You don't get to run, you don't get to hide. But I just wanted to add on just the sincere congratulations of so many people doing what they need to do to turn the wheel and make sure that the service that Dallas County provides, the safety that Dallas County provides, continues at a standard, at a level that I know I'm very proud when I go around the state or around the country, because it's noticed. The model that Dallas County makes in the way that we do business. So congratulations to absolutely everybody who puts their shoulder to that wheel too.
Yes, thank you very much.
And let me add, facilities.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to say the inspectors had a commentary with your availability, and of course, can't say enough about the fire marshal. I guess what bothers us, we had, at one time, I think we got the variance in 2014 about water hoses in the jail, fire hoses. They did not want fire hoses. And so they applied to the commission, got permission granted to remove them. This time they came along and said we had, because of the carcinogens in the foam with regards to, we had to take them out. And so some of the inspectors said, maybe we want to put them back in. And both the fire marshal, along with the chief artist, thank you, Sheriff, chief artist, I want to thank the city of Dallas. They said no, do not bring them fire hoses back up into jail. If we respond to an event, we will bring our own apparatus. We do not want them. He put it in writing. Our fire marshal took it, handed it off, and the inspectors were comfortable when they left. It's part of jail compliance. Ms. Nichols, I see you grabbing the mic. I am basically saying to all of our partners, I don't usually, I say inspect, you can't expect what you don't inspect. But then there's somebody on this court that's talking about we don't do nothing alone. But my point is that we got good partnership, and the inspectors talked about the response. Facilities responded; they were there. Talked about the captains, the sergeants, in the housing in those areas. And so I just want to, because everybody else act other than us, act like. The inspection did not occur. I guarantee you, if the inspection would have gone south, been front page.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it was glowing report. It wasn't just a report, it was a glowing report. So I just want to say thank you to our Marshall, you and your people. Thank you. Facilities, thank you. And even budget, because we know you're going to give us the rest of that money so we can get the rest of that stuff done. I said last night at a debate, the jail is 50 years old. I've been around here right at that, almost that much time, and they're having to fabricate stuff just to keep us moving. And that's, I still don't think people get that, okay? So again, Sheriff, to you, your team, to facilities, to everyone, thank you so much for keeping us in compliance, saving us $50 million from exporting housing, $23 million from exporting housing. Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Okay? And I really want to even thank Parkland because they had some things in the inspection where the sheriff was doing what they needed to do, but Parkland had a timeout. They were timing out with regards to service under the medical portion. Parkland did, in fact, do that and made it come to line.
You mean they were not?
They were. The sheriff was servicing them, and it was showing in their document, but in the Parkland queue, they were timing out. And so as a result of timing out, when they went back and found they were doing it, but Parkland needed to keep the queue open longer so that what they were doing. So they did the average, and to Pat Jones, to Dr. Williams, and all of them and their staff, they did. And I thought I'd say that right before I do Monkey Mug.
Well, that's good. That's good that, and thank you to facilities again, because I know that we have some challenges in the past, and it seems like everybody came together and everybody had the passes and everybody was able to do their job without any conflict.
Yeah, and what people don't realize is that, like they said, they called us and they said, we'll be here in 45 minutes.
I hear that, yeah.
That's the way they work, and that's okay. Like you say, stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Monkey Mugs. The hits just don't stop. In a previous Monkey Mug, I discussed the racist monkey chants that Vinicius Jr. received regularly. Although he is among the top 10 soccer players in the world, he faces racism on the regular. The Metro News posted this and said Vinicius Jr. has shown solidarity with Mike Menican after the AC Milan goalkeeper was racially abused at the weekend, with the Brazilian suggesting those found guilty should face imprisonment. Magnin and his Milan teammates stormed down the tunnel in the first half of their Serie A game against Udinese after the France international was subjected to monkey chats from the home fans. The games were subsequently paused for about 5 minutes, with Milan later returning to complete a 3-2 comeback victory. In the fallout of the incident, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has suggested that teams whose fans are found guilty of racist chanting should automatically forfeit the game in a future effort to clamp down on this kind of abuse. Meanwhile, Real Madrid forward Vinicius, who has been a victim of racial abuse several times in La Liga, shared his support for the Milan goalkeeper. Just talking won't change anything, Vinicius said. Well, I guess that sums it up. We can talk, declare a teachable moment, or whatever you want to call it, but if the monkey mug behavior is rewarded, it's bound to happen again. Someone at Parkland needs to come to grips with that fact. The judicial performance at Frank Crowley seems to be moving in a way that has basically righted itself. And so to Judge Huff And that delegation, of course, to Judge King, thank you for making it go the right way. The whole deal with the diversity, equity, inclusion piece, we do have both the 13th, we've got a February 8th, we're running a blood drive at the South Dallas Government Center. We're not. Prairie View A&M is doing it. Historical Black College University, part of our Texas Agri-Life piece. And so they are doing that on February the 8th. I'm trying to remember all this stuff in my head. There's also on February the 13th an event here. Historian Donald Payton will be presenting here. And then there's a piece on February the 21st. So there's a lot to come. And
it's going to be an exciting, month here in Dallas County. And I don't see Mr. Romaine here, but thank you, Mr. Martin. I mean, we are allocating the funds in today's agenda. I think this is exciting, exciting and, shows that, our employees love these gatherings. And we've seen this during the last year with, the leadership of Mr. Romaine and the Diversity and Inclusion Office. So thank you. It couldn't happen without people taking initiative.
Yeah. And that reminded me as I
You didn't forget one more? Don't we have one more, Mr. Martin? I know it's in the agenda, but I just...
Yes, there's a health symposium as well.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, and I think she is going to be coming in later in terms of her presentation. She wrote a number of books around what Dr. King, we just left Dr. King's birthday a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about health and the challenge. And what we're basically saying, still in 2024, people, African American, doesn't matter what your income strata is, you still face the same challenges with regards to health delivery in this country.
And I was reading about, I guess, I was reading about it, and it's very interesting to see that she goes ahead and says that regardless of income, regardless of, the culture, and it happens in a lot of the cultures, we see in the Latino community and the immigrant community that versus the Indian community, that the only separation was the border, right? But the diet and the exercise and continue to be the same challenges. So the Indians on the United States gain more weight than the ones in the Mexican side, because the Mexican side walk miles even when they have the same diet. So I mean, a lot of things that she is saying is that it's more than income. It also has to be with education, and it has to be with culture. So that's going to be very interesting. I mean, I love when Mr. Romaine told me about that. Anyway, Commissioner Price, you're going to have a very busy month here in Dallas County.
That's okay. I'm fine. I'm on the road a lot this month, but I'm just glad to do it. And just in case they're tuned in, condolences to my colleagues down in McLennan County in the passing of Commissioner Pat Miller. She succeeded Commissioner Lester Gibson, and she passed, and I will be there to do part of her going home services this coming Saturday morning, and we'll bring condolences from the court. One of few African American female commissioners in the state. Let me just say, and I did kind of graze over it. Judge Huff, Judge King, felony misdemeanor. Just like I said about the Sheriff's Department, had they not been successful, it would have been front page. Had you guys not been performing, I would have been standing on top of the dais, ready to swoop down. You performed well. I applaud you for that. It helps us manage that population. It's one of the reasons we can have a 61-75 midnight count. Because when I look at my colleague to the west of here, I still can't understand people in jail for $500 bond. Can't understand people in jail for $200 days on a $500 bond. Unbelievable. And I'm not suggesting, I don't know how some people get a chance to avoid the dadgum lawsuit, and we always just seem to get tagged. It's a whole nother story, but okay. So thank you for that, and thank you, Jason, for the diversity, equity, inclusion for this month. I still say it's measurement matters, but if it's in the DNA, you know, I'm still on flower moon, Judge. Juvenile ops, and I'm just going to say this and kind of go on. January, February, and March, the old DA, I said the old assistant DA in charge of juvenile, was still in place. The petitions filed at that particular time, and this was before evidence change. Evidence change came along in March and April. That denotes the publication. Staff gave me this. My people came in and said, when Duran was there, the petitions filed was averaging 154. Since evident change, the petitions, first of all, are back up to 200. Before that, 199, 179, 195, 183. These are petitions that are filed by the DA's office, and the percentage of petitions filed, again, when Duran was there, was 75, 79. Since evident change, 80, 86, 84, 81, 83, 82, 80, 86, 88, and in January, 86. The average days from petition to disposition, when Duran was there, January, February, March, prior to evident change, average was 205 days. Since evident change, petition to disposition, 232 days, 274 days, 219 days, 206 days, 245 days, 210 days, 448 days. That was in October. 195 in November, 187 in December, and 195.
Commissioner, since the topic is evidence change report and the Council of Government report, we probably need to stay.
That is. I said I made sure, Ms. Nicholas, that I said since the evidence change report. I was trying to make sure, but I appreciate that. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Now, since the evidence change report, I'm still saying that the numbers have increased. Even when you look at the line chart, petitions filed. According to the evidence change report, 49% of the young people were low risk, according to the assessment tool. If that's the case, why the hell are we still filing these petitions? And why are young people spending more time in the facility? The department and the judges get a chance to do have a lot more latitude if a petition is not filed. These numbers are available, and they're under since the evident change report. The detention average daily population from January 2023 to January 2024, the petitions filed, and the days to disposition. These are young people that we are, in fact, incarcerated. 400 days. That's unacceptable. Okay. That being the case, Judge, I will yield to elections because I have plenty to do.
I'd like to, if I could
Okay,
have just a
sure, I'm
moment
sorry.
of personal privilege, or did you do something else?
No, no, I'm there. I'm through.
No, I can't swing this. I just wanted to bring to all of our attention that Dallas County received an award and it's an award that's from the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association, and it is a 2023 Pillar Award for Project of the Year. And that's, I mean, these are the good things. You know,
That
all
is
of
the
us
great stuff.
recognize that, you know, we're running fast, and many of you are too, but it's for good things. And this is for the Jackson Street parking garage. And I don't know if you've taken a look at it, and people say, yeah, but it's just a good parking garage. What do you, except that particular project is constructed with vision in mind of how can it be useful for more than just today. Well, today we need parking in these areas, and so that's what it is. But it also is strong enough for office space or for a variety of other things if in the future we have those needs. In the meantime, though, the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association did give us an award. If you'd like, you can come and you can try and throw this thing, but I challenge you because it's a little heavy because you'll see what it is. But I just wanted to say congratulations to, I didn't scratch.
Mr. Crawford is the one to receive it for us. You didn't receive?
Because one of the things, Commissioner, that the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association put in consideration for that award is the minority participation. And it was one of the best joint ventures. Thank you, Mr. Bazan. Thank you to administration. Because we can talk about, you know, minority participation and SBE, but the proof is in the pudding. And Dallas County not only talks the talks, we're walking the walk, and it couldn't happen without all of us. Right. And obviously with the, you know, leadership of administration, Mr. Bazan, who has been able to put together these fabulous ventures, Mr. Bazan, this award is also, you know, for you. And Mr. Crawford had, you know, I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I mean, I had a family event, but I know that when the Regional Hispanic Contractors Association look at the project, they immediately ask us to be part of the, you know, to put an application. And I just knew that we were going to win. So congratulations again, and thank you, Commissioner Daniels, for that, you know, for bringing the award. I know it's heavy, they usually are. Heavy. You know, I mean, it's construction.
It's construction, but it's just congratulations to the many, many people who had a part in making it such a successful project of the year.
Exactly right.
Great. That's exactly right. So I'm just going to have it right up here, and you can try and throw it.
Okay, Judge, elections. I'm ready to.
Oh, you were hidden from me. I didn't see there.
Morning. And he crossed himself before he stood, too.
Well,
you were not supposed to see that. Good morning, members of the court. Thank you so much for giving me some time. I know that your time is valuable, so I kept this short and sweet, and probably more aimed to letting you ask questions. Before I start, I do want to thank County Admin's Office, Stephanie Granberry, for walking me through the baby steps and being patient with me. First time I put an item up on Commissioner's Court agenda, so thank you for that to the staff. Okay.
Thank you for sending it before you showed up here. Hell, that in and of itself is an improvement.
Thank you for that. Okay, so as I said, I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet. Just three things I'm going to go over quickly: the scope of the election, the timeline ahead of us, and two topics of interest that I picked up from when I started back in November, December, that I figured you might have questions on. Simple, straight up, what is the scope of the election? Just to remind everybody, this is a joint primary election. This is an election of the parties, not an election of the county, meaning you won't be canvassing. That's why we weren't here to approve voting locations, election judges, anything like that, right? We are basically, if you want to have like a two-word version of it, we're basically a contractor for the parties on this one. They're making all the calls, they're making all the decisions, right? The one thing we highlight to everyone is to remember that we will have co-judges at polling places, not the traditional judge and alternate. Again, it's a joint primary, that's a decision of the parties. The idea of having a joint primary is that we have a smooth experience. That's why we've promoted it and recommended as an elections office to the party. The only time when a voter, whether in early voting or election day, might be asked to might be directed to a specific party election officer is if you have what we call special circumstances, like provisional voting or something like that, where the co-judge of the party has to take care of the voter for that party. Other than that, voters will just walk in and it'll look pretty much like a November election, just one check-in station, no matter what party you intend to vote on, that'll stay between.
Well, that sounds good, but you know that's practically isn't the way it usually works, and it always, we always get issues with this so-called co-judge. You just explained if someone comes in from that party with a provisional ballot, that's fine. But that co-judge's piece does not delineate in a way that it keeps down some friction. I want to say this because there are people that feel as though they can invade certain communities, and they come in like gangbusters, and some of our judges are just, not going to have, they're not intimidated, and they're just not going to have it. Now, I've got some issues with some other things we'll get to, but this co-judge thing, I don't know what elections is laying out as the difference in terms of authority.
So the general expectation from them is they have to work together, period. And let me make this very clear. There's a difference between the election workers appointed for early voting and the election workers appointed for election day. On election day, they're appointees of the party. And I know that there are some people who said, why am I coming back to see this person I complained about last time? On election day, we can't do anything about that. If that's the person the party appointed, that's the person that has to be there as a judge. On early voting, they work for us, for the county. I have no problem taking action if somebody is out of line.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I can tell you right now is I don't want us to get involved as an office between, I am sorry for using this word, petty issues.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone is disrupting the flow of the polling place, whether it's a co-judge or a clerk, I have no problem taking action and removing someone from a polling place. I think that message has been very clear, made clear to everyone who's been trained. You're here to do a job. You're here to put the voters ahead of anything else. And the expectation is the same for both sides of the aisle. You will find a work to work together and do it for the voters. That said, also, we have, and we'll get to that in a minute, 64, not 63 locations for early voting. The majority of them, I understand historically, have gotten along fine. But we've had certain situations, it's been isolated, specific individuals and places. So I think in the grand scheme of things, it works. We just have to be swift and decisive in addressing where it's not working and making sure that the message is clear. Voters come first. Everything else, they have to work out together. That's the expectation we have from them.
Okay. Well, like I said, it sounds good, but there are issues. Okay.
But isn't that
yes,
the training is the piece of that, is having the judges and clerks sufficiently aware and trained into what is proper behavior, what do we, what is the process, and what are we supposed to be doing, and how then does, how do you do that joint?
Yep.
I mean, isn't that bottom line what we're talking about here?
Yep, and I think the responsibilities and the expectations from them are pretty clear there. Just as a little something, the training actually starts with a video from the two-party chairs asking them, look, you've got to work together. I think that's a strong statement, the two-party leaders telling the people they've asked to work, we have to do this together for voters, right? So I think the tone is there. Sounds pretty grim. I'm not. I'm actually very hopeful that things are going to go really fine. That most of most of this, hopefully all of it, will be just a smooth ride and no more than a phone call and get your act together, we're done.
Can I point out a point of emphasis that I'd like to see dealt with? We've got March for the Polls and y'all and others that are working to register young people. And I think I'm seeing this particularly with our first-time voters. A lot of these young people don't have driver's license or state IDs or anything like that, but they've got their voter registration card, and they get excited sometimes and leave it at home or whatever. I think if the kids are voting, or if anyone is voting early, it's a best practice to ask them if not to vote provisionally, but rather to go get their card and vote tomorrow or come back. Because what I find with us being out of the way over there on Roundtable, the chances of, I had this situation happen with a kid from South Dallas, the chance of that kid getting a ride and going all the way to Roundtable is not very good, right? But that kid just picking up their card the next day and then somebody in their neighborhood taking them to a polling place, that worked out fine. So, and that can be true of anybody that is, lacking an ID. But hopefully we'll have a lot of young people, first-time voters that want to vote in the primary since we're choosing a president, right? And so, let's please get the word out to everyone on that to try to make sure that when they do come to vote, they vote in such a way that their vote's going to count.
Yes, we will definitely, I'll be very honest, we'll probably not recommend to someone, hey, don't do this or do that. We'll give them options all the time to make sure they make their choices in a really informed way. We will preemptively, obviously, put in efforts, social media outreach campaigns to remind people and bring your ID. These are the types of ID you can use. These are types A, types B.
But I think,
so they have their options in front of them.
But I think you're missing, and I've just generated a letter to ISD trustee. I'll be more frank than that, to the president of an ISD, and basically told them a number of our kids don't have IDs. Even in the juvenile system, we're working to make sure those kids, young people, get IDs. They don't have IDs, and most of them are not interested in driving. So now, I guess they done Ubered every place. They don't give a damn about a driver's license. So, I think that's what the judge is saying.
I want these kids, whether they vote Democrat, Republican, whatever.
That wasn't the issue.
I want them to their vote to count.
Yeah.
So if you say to a kid, if you don't make it real clear to him, you can vote provisionally here, fill this out, but you got to go back to Roundtable.
Exactly.
But you don't tell them. And by the way, Roundtable is like whatever it is, 7-8 miles north of downtown Dallas, on a service road, kind of hidden somewhere. Then the kid will just fill out the piece of paper that you tell him to fill out, right? And his vote won't count. But if you explain to the kid, because we have countywide voting, you can vote anywhere. There's probably a polling place within a mile of your house, right?
Yep.
Because what happens is, and I've been involved in some of those, we'll get the kids want to go vote, and so they'll make a little, 8 or 10 of them will make a little caravan to be first-time voters, and a couple of them will not bring their cards. And so, that can happen with mama and whatever, but I just don't think there are very many people, especially not 18-year-olds that don't have a driver's license, so they don't have their own car, right? Yep. We know that because they don't have a driver's license. They're going to go to Roundtable. Their votes are going to be squandered if they aren't told the easiest way to have a vote that counts. And they obviously want their vote to count, or they wouldn't have gone. And it being their first time to vote, we want that experience to go well for them, right? You want to get, for democracy's sake, we want to get people in the habit of voting. So
he's just saying he can't suggest, Judge. I get that. Okay.
But you can't offer options, which is what you said.
Yeah,
right?
the important thing is that they understand, here are the options in the situation you're in,
And
here
the
are the choices
implications.
you can make, and what each one of them implies, right? So if
maybe
you go
on
with
each of these places, why don't y'all see how far Roundtable is from wherever the kid came to vote, right?
Yeah.
And if you vote provisionally today, you'll need to travel 8 miles or 10 miles or whatever it is.
But how many provisional ballots historically have we got?
Not that many, but I don't want an 18-year-old that's
I get
excited
that,
about
Jeff.
voting to go and have a bad experience with this.
I hear you, Judge, and I can appreciate that, but I'm going to say, like I say all the time, publicly, you know, there's 1,800,000 people in Dallas County who are 18 years of age and older. We got 1,400,000 registered to vote. We've never had more than 900,000 people vote. And so while I want to go after that lost sheep, you know, I'm still trying to make sure we get access, and for those individuals who will vote. I get
that too.
But let's do something. Maybe we can talk offline after this and see what exact ideas you have to help us boost that outreach to make sure those kids. I think the main goal is let's try to get them to show up with the ID they have.
I think getting information to them about their ID through their schools and through March for the Polls and all that stuff now, before they show up, is something that's really helpful for those kids.
I agree with that.
Okay.
And just to wrap up the scope, it is a primary, but we have a joint election and we're a vote-centered county. So in a nutshell, for voters out there, you can go to any location, anywhere in Dallas County where you see a vote here sign, you can go in, whether it's early voting or election day, no matter what.
If you live in Dallas County.
If you live in Dallas County.
Oh, no, you people take that for granted. If you live in Dallas County.
If you are a registered voter of Dallas County,
Got
then you can go to any location that has a vote here sign in Dallas County, whether it's early voting, election day, whether you're Republican or a Democrat.
And let me correct something. When I said kid, what I should have said is young adult. And so, you know, if you're 18, you're a young adult, we thank you for voting.
All right. So, scope of the election, just so you have an idea, there was a change since I submitted this. We have 64 locations. One has been added.
Which one is that?
That's Hutchins City Hall.
Okay. Take one off my list. I definitely talk to the mayor. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and that's a conversation we'll have later. I mean, that was not their initial position. But moving forward, 64 locations. For those who've been tracking forever, these three are not the ones that were usually. The buildings weren't available, so we moved to a nearby location. We have, and these numbers are a little outdated. These are the weeks when numbers of recruitment change drastically, almost by the hour, right? But I guess the summary is we don't have any red flags or concerns right now.
Right.
Okay, we're almost fully staffed, recruited for early voting. Training has begun. Every judge and co-judge PEO for early voting has been trained, and we're going through the clerk. So we're in good shape.
And let me just thank my Mayor Brown out in Glen Heights. They built a new city hall, and so that's what that's all about. And
MLK's under construction.
Yeah. And so that's that was the deal.
There's always a few, right?
Right.
Available construction, remodeling. So we just wanted to make sure that we were explicit about these three.
It is no longer my district, but the difference between the Civic Center and the Recreation Center, how much? Well, that's that's a trek. I understand you can't do anything about it. I'm just mentioning it because having had it before, Civic Center was one thing, but Recreation Center, and again, I say voters, even me, like homing pigeons. You know, if I've been voting at the same place for the last 25, 30 years, that's where I go and I vote. And so that one gives me a little concern, and I don't know how we're going to kind of work that one over there with the rec center versus civic center. But it is what it is.
They're both public. They're both good parking. So
yeah, they are, but it's the distance.
Obviously, our ideal scenario is to stay where we've been, where people are familiar.
I know.
These are just exceptions that we have to deal with, and there's two choices basically when the building's not available: not have it or have it replaced. So that's the best we could find for the time being.
And
for election day, we have 451 locations. Hutchins also
Thank
added
you.
for election day.
Yeah.
Our original plan for Dallas County vote centers has been 469. That's the blueprint we used for the November elections. We were aiming for that for the primary. 19 of them were unavailable. 6 are different, same kind of movement. We're also on good track for the recruitment. parties are still finding some of the few co-judges they need to appoint. When it comes to, I guess, the saving grace here is that by law, next Wednesday, the 15th, kicks in what's called a 20-day emergency appointment period. So the county takes over and can appoint people to fill in any vacancies. And we have already recruited some emergency, we call it personnel, standby personnel. So we feel comfortable that we should be able to be fully staffed and recruited by the time early voting begins. As of today, I'll keep you posted. Training began this week. So far, so good. We're on schedule. Got really much to highlight there.
How was the turnout on the training?
I don't have numbers. I am going to confess I was out sick last week, so I got to catch up on that. I'll get you the numbers.
But they have to. I mean, that's not a training is not an option.
But like I said, for early voting, all the lead clerks and alternates, the POs have been trained, and their clerks are being trained. So we are on track to be fully staffed and trained. We haven't had a lot of empty seats on the training, I guess. That's been the summary that was communicated to me over the phone. Yeah.
Because you have to and you get paid for it, right?
Okay, so the timeline, just to give you an idea, also again of the status, we started this whole process. People think in March, starts in February. It started back in February, candidate filing. We started programming ballots, getting all that stuff ready. We did our public testing on January 18th. That's the day we run all the ballots, vote for all the candidates, make sure that if you vote for Hyder, it counts a Hyder, and so on. And then we start mailing ballots to voters overseas. Those are the first ones to go out 45 days before the election. That deadline was Saturday the 20th. We started mailing out on the 19th. And then we started the trading, and some of the milestones are there. The only delay we've had so far was there was a bit of a back and forth with the Democratic Party about a candidate that was going to be, then wasn't going to be on the ballot. That all happened around the week of public testing, and that kind of threw us back a little bit on getting those ballots up on the website. Executive decision, I guess you can call it. I have these ballots that may change. I'm a fan of don't post them and confuse people if we're going to have to give them a different ballot. Let's wait and see what happens. And so those are live already. So as of last night, if you go online, put in your information, you can pull your individual exact sample ballot. Apologize for the delay, but there was a risk there of confusing people. I'm a fan of don't do it. So other than that, we're pretty much on track except for the addition of the polling place, but I think we're should be fine.
And
just a reminder to everyone, some of these, can we squeeze this in, has an impact, right? Have an impact all the time. So that change on the ballot technically was possible, but now voters got their sample ballots a week, almost a little more later than usual. So.
Without getting into the weeds, these are the locations. You know, folks who are printing 45, 50,000 need to know. These are the locations. And we're not going to have any issues with one of my things says, hey, I got some other issues that are looming, and therefore I may not be able to host. In other words, we got contracts. I think that's what bottom line. That's the reason I kept bringing up the Hutch. We got contracts on everything.
Yes, sir, with each location, yeah.
Okay.
And they sign them for, I mean, we run a survey. Here's what the year looks like. Can you host in March, November, May? Kind of walk through that year.
Okay.
And if they can't or if they won't, then they tell us and we find a replacement or we have one less. That's
see, that sounds good. And I hear you from an administrative side, but for those of us who are out there trying to give voters direction, you know, we may have printed 45,000 pieces of paper. And, you know, even maybe texted. And so we need to make sure that that's the location. February 20th is right there.
Yep.
Yeah. Got it.
All right, and there were two topics of interest I picked up on late last year. One was connectivity at the locations, the poll books not being online, and all the perception that comes associated with it. So just a little kind of walkthrough. First question back then was what is causing the issue? There was a theory that there was the network is upgrading from 4G to 5G. We got to buy new devices. So instead of just buying the devices, what I said was I wanted the team to go out there and make sure this is the problem before we spent $2 point something million. We didn't find any difference. Our tech team actually did the measurements, contractor we found that helped us set up this up actually years ago, and there was no perceivable difference. We don't think we're at the point yet where the problem is we have to buy all new 5G devices. So the next question was, and what is it, right? So we looked at the devices. There hasn't been good maintenance on the firmware updates and the configuration of some of these devices, which it's kind of like not doing the upgrades on your phone. Say that you bought your phone 3 years ago and you haven't run a single update on it, you will have a slower connection. These protocols with the networks, they change, they get updated, and if you don't run those firmware updates,
Aren't we forced to update?
What's that, ma'am?
Aren't we forced to update?
Well, yes, in a way, yes, if you want to keep up with it, right? We make those choices internally and how we maintain our equipment. We have some lack of upgrades. We have some, I have to take, I'm taking
We dropped the
control of that,
ball, shit.
of the platform and making sure it's uniform and set up. So, two things. The short-term solution for March, we are going through that process of upgrading, patching, and making all those settings uniform in all of our devices and making sure we've got them at the same baseline and just taking control of that platform. Long-term solution, I do think in 3 to 5 years, we'll be talking about we've got to upgrade these devices. I mean, we're not there yet, but we have to start planning for that. So we'll be talking with budget and the admin office about not having to buy 700 devices at a time, maybe buy 150 every year and start doing like a sort of tech refresh thing so we don't have to cough up a ton of money all the time. But we just keep our platform, refreshed.
But to uniform them for this next election, you just say you have some of 4 and some of 5G. Do we have enough time?
No, they're not going to be, none of them are going to be 5G. I'm talking about firmware version. Long story short, in those devices, there's actually 2 modems. We have 2 carriers. If one fails, you switch. One of those modems is super old, but the other one has 2 SIM card slots. So we're going to kind of line them all up, update their firmware, update their settings, update their network configuration. They weren't consistent. That's the best answer I can give you. They were not consistent, and you pick up 2 devices, you might find 2 different sets.
I'm surprised.
So, what's that?
I said, I'm surprised. But anyway,
I'll just say too many chefs in the kitchen.
Yeah, well.
And
I don't think you had a
Los
chef in
enamorados.
the kitchen if you want.
But so okay, so be that as it may, right now that's the where we're going. We're gonna straighten that out, uniform it all, and hopefully we'll see some improvement. Do I think you're not gonna have a single Cradle Point not be online in all of election day? No, that never happens. There's always one. The goal here is to, not have them offline for an extended period of time, not have too many of them, like really give this platform stability. And then in the long term, like I said, upgrade it. And then the other topic of interest, and this is my last slide, payroll. I know there's been a lot of questions about payrolls. I know you've been calling our offices. So I'll start with the first item. We know there have been multiple issues. Anything I say after this is not we're shying away from it. Let's start with that. We acknowledge there have been multiple issues with it. That said, and that's a little chart on the right, okay? Multiple issues, not a lot of them. Let me be careful. Please, let me finish this before I get the reaction, right? Because there's something after the first part. Not a lot of them have been someone didn't get paid. A lot of our issues, and that's that little chart there on the right, have to do with they didn't know how many. Some of them had to do with we didn't know how that we got paid. We don't have a what's it called, a pay stub. Oh, you did get paid for training, so you just didn't know it was in the payment already. Some of them were just I don't know how to update my profile. So a lot of procedural administrative things that in turn resulted in you don't have your money, period, right? And that's where I'm saying that was why I wanted to finish my statement. It's not that we didn't know who worked and we didn't pay them. Is that this new platform that we switched to had a procedure that had a lot more intricacies. Did I say that right?
Yep.
That we thought about and resulted in a number of people basically saying, bottom line is I don't have my money. Where is my money? 2 things. When those things happen, we need those people to call us directly. And I will say this and
When you say us, when you say
You mean his office.
okay,
But
who is the person that we need to send it?
oh, please.
Well, the main line of the elections office, they will transfer you to the voting sites team. We'll get that case and we'll get going from there. If they call you, you have to call us anyway.
Well,
So
that's,
the easiest path is they call us directly.
that's fine. I just need your staff to respond. I don't need them to lie to them. I'll give you 3 or 4 pages here each time we've called. And we've been told, so I can imagine, when they say they've called, we don't get any daggum response. And so I can imagine, and I'll have, it does, just like you said, this is 250 too many people, okay? And some of those individuals we've been trying to recruit to come back, and they say,
I don't want to. We have too many issues, and I never got paid. And Mr. Garcia, you address it, right? But Commissioner Price is right.
No, I agree.
I mean, they call us. I mean, we are in the position of who do I send it to, just like them. And then, it bounces around from one person to another one. We even feel that we cannot help them. And that feeling of helplessness, Mr. Garcia, is something that you go, okay, who is in charge over there?
Yep.
So if you give us a contact, if you give us how to move during the system, probably will be better. But, I'm listening.
The main point should always be the voting sites team, because they'll determine whether, did we have the documentation? So we have someone, for example, who's been asking to be paid for an extra hour. We have no documentation. That's not in the timesheets. That's not in the poll books. We can't just shoot out a paycheck for an extra hour. I mean, the auditor is going to say, why are you giving people money if you have no supporting documentation, right? So that one is an example of something that's been stuck there for a while. So they will actually look at the process and say, look, is this a documentation team? Is this a platform team? Is this a fiscal issue? Where is it stuck so we can unstuck it, right? So we can, get it going.
I'm talking about the fact that training or shortage of hours. Now, your deal here doesn't probably get into a lot of that, but the number of shortage of hours paid for virtual training, not paid, wrong person paid other than the person named. I mean, this stuff is documented.
And I thought that we were gonna do this during training also, Mr. Garcia, right? So we train when they get trained. You train them also on how they will get paid.
But is there?
That's where I'm gonna go. That's the second point on the slide, right? So we're talking about here's what happened in November. Here's what we're still, let's say, dealing with, the aftermath of finding these cases here and there of we need to solve this. It's been 3 months and this person hasn't gotten paid, right? Those are kind of in that table. Maybe they're not explicit there, Commissioner Price. When we say time reported post-election, again, if somebody calls and says, or if they say explanation of pay breakdown, right? So bottom line is, if you look at things like reissue payment, card inactivated between elections, that basically means we gave you a card in May, the card went inactive. We did not know, we weren't smart enough to think, maybe we should check the status of the cards before we send the money to the cards. We sent the money to the card, but you don't see it. These are all what I call those procedural administrative issues. So what are we doing about it? Number one, we heard a lot of people say, we want direct deposit. We're offering the option to just have direct deposit. I know there are a lot of people who don't like the cards. So now money will go straight to their bank. There was some back and forth, I understand, before I was here with the auditors on how do we collect the data, how do we store, who's gonna keep those forms with all that information. We're not doing that. When they come for training, we're asking them to come in a little bit early or stay a little bit after the class, and our staff is sitting there with the system online. Enter your account number, get your stuff done, your money will be in your bank.
Let me ask you, this ES&S, do we have the ES&S Gold package? What package do we have?
What's that?
Which package under ES&S? Which package do we have?
As of now, we have silver, but I got a meeting with them this week to discuss the status of things. But that again, going back to payroll.
Okay, go ahead.
Going back to payroll, that said, not everybody wants direct deposit. There are actually people who like their cards. There are people who prefer a check. So the big lesson learned here is whatever way you want to get paid, we'll make sure we set it up right here with you in front of us so that we don't have probably 75% of those issues. Oh, we thought the card was active. Oh, you moved and you didn't tell us the address, so you did and we lost it, whatever it was. Well, how do you want to get paid? Where's the information to get you paid? Do you agree with it? Is this an active way? Good, let's get it all in the system. Your payment.
And what is the timeline? I mean, not banter back and forth for a week, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 calls. I mean, that happens just on our side. So I can imagine what's happening with the worker. What's the timeline? And have you and I still say, I know you've inherited a lot of this, and so as we say in church, you get a little grace, but you can't keep.
Yep, I hear you.
Okay.
I don't have it at the top of my head. It's in the letters that we're sending them.
Okay.
And if not, it's in the training. But it's the same timeline we've had before. I know this can be a bit. We can disagree a little bit on the what I'm going to say now, but the majority of the people that got paid on time and were satisfied with it.
I agree.
Just that the group that we were not up to standard for, obviously, is very upset.
250.
So the timeline we had is, I think, if we get it right and we don't have 250 people with issues, the timeline is good. It's just we can't have 250 calls of people who somehow are saying, "Where's my money?" So the timeline's the same. I don't think we needed to work on the timeline. We needed to work on the process, and that was the main message about this.
Okay. And let me point out also, back to the cradle points, up until you got here, the cradle points were with IT. Now you're taking those over. And I hope everything goes really well. If it doesn't, we just need to remember that this thing has been problematic for a while.
Well, wait, stop, Judge. The IT, the cradle point, remember, I call in his name, his predecessor had his own dadgum IT person who was supposed to be driving that ship. IT.
Now, though, IT's had the cradle points.
Huh?
No. We've had trouble.
No.
So
I
don't want us to have trouble.
I get, Judge, I just want to get the facts straight. That's not true. He wanted those cradle points. IT helped take and establish the cradle points. In fact, he wanted to take over the IT position. Am I correct, staff? Okay, damn it, y'all step. No,
IT was handling the cradle points. He may have wanted to do something.
What I'll say is, we are finishing putting out the fire. Hopefully, we'll find out in March, in a week or two, how effective this whole process was, right? Then
Your IT person isn't in California, is it?
I don't have an IT person.
Okay,
I'm acting on that
gotcha.
role right now until we figure out.
I just thought I'd throw that out there. Okay, gotcha.
We will have time to go back and look and say who had the keys to the kingdom and how was this overlooked. But there was IT involved. This wasn't an elections, the IT person who had some responsibility. This was a shared responsibility between that person and the IT department.
And the person in
Most of the people
California.
involved in that are not with the county anymore on IT. So it's really hard to reconstruct this. We focus more on, hey, we got to put out the fire and make sure this runs. And honestly, I don't even know if it's worth right now to go and look for names other than, we know what the problem is. Let's just solve it, move forward. And good news is we didn't spend over $2 million. But
even though they were suggesting.
And last but not least, for the last 3 or 4 elections, 3 or 4 days before, I get a call about calling DART to the 15-20 round table. Have your team looking to having the DART?
That's part of our plan to get that request in. I haven't followed up on it this week, but.
Okay, please, if I have to do it, I'll be glad. DART has always been very, very accommodating to our requests. But I would like to make that call before.
How many people voted round table?
I wish I knew.
No, I know it. That's my point.
Well, but I mean, the reality is you do want it connected.
Yeah, it's our main, and here's whether it's 1 or 100,000.
There you go.
You see what they did last time? They didn't vote worth a shit.
Getting to that place in the county on our road system and using DART has been a challenge. But I know working with DART, they're working on some of those east-west connections. So theoretically, it should be easier to get to Roundtable.
Yep.
But then that's also a piece of the education that you don't have to vote at Roundtable.
Correct, but that's why I wanted to, Commissioner, whether it's 1 or 1,000, during early voting, the only place in the county where you can do what's called a limited ballot is the main office. And they have no choice. They have to get to the main office. That is, if you lived in another county and moved to Dallas County past the deadline, there's only one specific kind of on-the-fly ballot that you can vote, and it can only be done there. So that is important to get, because those people have no choice. They can't go to the other 64 places, 63. They have to go there and only there. So,
Can you clarify something about the
Yes, sir.
the IT that we were talking about, Dr. Daniel and I were having a little side discussion while you were chatting. You said you don't have an IT person anymore because that IT person left before you even took administration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Because, go ahead.
No, and so the cradle points are now in your purview, or they are in IT's purview?
They are in our purview.
Yours?
Yes.
Okay,
It's
without
taken
an
a while
IT person.
to track down staff to help us understand where we were with this platform and everything.
Okay, maybe you just answered that. I didn't understand. So if you don't have an IT person, how are you going to handle those IT issues with the cradle point?
Yes.
How do you do that?
We have staff mobilized
Yeah,
from
exactly.
IT and from our initial ERP team who's going to help Mr. Hyder get these all up and going prior to Election Day.
Fair enough. So as I understand it, you're in charge, but IT's helping. Do I have that right?
Yep.
All right, good. Now I understand. Thank you so much.
And they do understand that this is critical, so this is going to be a priority for the team.
I'm not sure where you are in your presentation, but I just wanted to commend your staff. This past Sunday at my Road and Bridge office, we had a voter registration drive, and your staff were, they bring all the supplies, they set it up, and regretfully, the rain kind of stopped us a little earlier than what we wanted to do, but Esmeralda and the folks were there. And it's always good to know that you're mobile, you're out there, you're ready to talk with people anywhere in our neighborhoods, in our communities. And so I just wanted to commend what they have to offer Dallas County in their continuing support. But that's also the reminder that today is the last day that
No,
yesterday.
no,
Yesterday.
yesterday.
Yesterday was the last.
Yesterday was the last day.
yesterday was the last day. So now we're moving into getting out the vote.
Correct.
Yeah, you can still register at any time. You just can't vote in this primary.
Right, because the
Yeah.
5th
You
is
register now.
60 days. Yep.
But if anybody's, we still
30
need to push for that.
No,
and
that's
we still
it.
encourage that because you want to vote in the next election. We're going to have
Right.
some important bond elections at the city in May. Of course, you register now, you can vote for president in the general election. So everybody register.
Registration never stops. That is the deadline to vote in the March 5th primary. Voters who want to request a mail ballot can still do it. We're getting down to the limit deadline to apply for a mail ballot. So that deadline hasn't been reached yet. So.
Right. And we did register a few people.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I couldn't join y'all on the weekend activities.
That's
but
okay. I mean,
one of the dots on the health presentation
I have
there.
to tell you, just like Commissioner Daniel, Ms. Laura Varela did a bang of a job.
Good.
We have a full house with more than 100 people, and she was interactive. She took questions immediately. She handled the complaints very well. Mr. Hyder, you were missed, and people were there to tell you directly, but I mean, Laura took a good hit and did a presentation on your behalf. And I also want to thank, DART, because during all the elections have been very accommodated. President Lee, Michelle Wong Cross, and Carmen Garcia have been instrumental in being sure that every single DART route during election, early voting and election day run smoothly for everybody that uses the system and to our location. So if you have any problems, please don't hesitate to call.
Will do, man. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me, I know you probably already have this information about the 12 most populous counties in Texas in terms of the voter turnout. And that freeway that runs out there, 80% of the people in the state of Texas live east. And when you look at Dallas County, and I know you probably already know that, if not, I'll send you the information. Dallas County produces more votes in those 12 counties for a certain party than any other county.
Okay.
I said, I didn't put.
Well, that's not relevant to running the. Okay.
It is. It is. 'Cause that's the reason I make sure that my dadgum district, because it is relevant, and access, and where we've been producing that, Judge, since not only since 2010.
Okay.
Got it broken down. I'm gonna call. I know where you were going, but I was saying that to Mr. Hyder. That's the reason it's an important and an imperative, and that's the reason we keep our hands, on the steering wheel of what's going on in our district.
I appreciate it. And we'll make that effort for all voters, regardless of party anyway. I did not know that number, that fact you just presented to me. Interesting. It's actually going to challenge the county, see if we can get higher turnout. We really set out for much more than anything historically seen in a primary. So there's going to be plenty of paper, locations, machines, staff out there, right? So let's see if voters are encouraged to break a record. Make them a challenge. If we get 30%, I'll shave my head. How's that?
Got it. I'll take that.
Really? You know this is being.
Wait a minute, and if Commissioner Price loses, will he shake
Don't
his
lose that
head
recording.
too?
Lose that recording.
No, there you go. There's a challenge for the 5 of you to go out there and, get them shaved. We need 30% turnout.
Hey,
I'll shave my head.
Commissioner Price, you're missing your challenge.
I'll take any challenge.
Might have to make him wear socks.
Right, I'm looking forward
Wait
to
a minute.
looking like Gordon.
Would you
over
shave
here.
your head, Commissioner Price, if you lose?
You'll shave your head?
Locks, yeah.
No.
I might have opened Pandora's
I don't think
box.
that was-
I was just saying, it might be time. I'm
shit,
seeing my
man.
picture up there, and I probably could just get there, So anyway,
Nothing wrong with lack of hair.
Okay. Well, now I'm very interested. Okay, sounds good. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Hyder.
Thank
Like
you,
I said,
Mr. Garcia.
you're getting,
Wow.
Mr. Garcia, you're getting some grace. So I
Welcome to
appreciate it.
Dallas County.
I tried to protect you, Commissioner Price. Okay, well,
All right. This
let's
takes
move
us
on. You are my witnesses.
to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to separate out personnel?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do.
I'll move the consent agenda.
This is everything but sheriff's personnel.
Right.
Or is it sheriff's and juvenile and other? What is it?
It's just personal,
Just
sheriff
all
and
personnel.
juvenile.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So
all
this is
moved.
everything but personnel.
Yes. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Is there a motion? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Move our personnel.
Second.
All right. Any in readiness?
I just want to say
Go ahead.
something, Judge. Last court, Commissioner Price did a great job in, pretty much explaining, the diversity within all the departments. And, once juvenile and the sheriff came in, the numbers changed. And you did a great job, Commissioner. And I just want to, say exactly what Commissioner Price said last time. Is within, we need to do a better job with the juvenile and the sheriff. Bless you. You're okay here?
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much.
We have to do a better job with those two departments and recruiting a diverse group of people. So with that being said, I want to thank HR, Mr. Wilson. We have a new person doing, helping with recruitment within all the departments. We wish him luck. Yeah, put it on.
Yeah,
I can see them already right here. But anyway, gosh. You all make me lose concentration on what I am saying. I just want to say that we'll continue to work, for, with all the departments, including sheriff and juvenile, to have a more diversity in hiring. That's it. You have a motion and a second, Judge.
All right.
You want, here is the disinfectant.
Oh, thank you very much. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, this takes us to the bids.
Move the bids. So come on.
Motion on the bids.
Second.
All right, any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we got the RFPs.
So move.
Second.
All right, any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now we'll go through to the court orders. We've got 1 through M45, pulling 4 and 45 off the agenda by staff. That's all I've got on the
You got what you pulling off by staff?
4 and 45, and then Commissioner Price, you wanted to ask some questions on 43 before pulling it, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
the only thing, and the reason I asked to pull it, but is the DA's office, Mr. Nicholas, with regards to 43, has the district attorney's office opined with regards to the revocable or irrevocableness of that particular court order?
We got that very late on Friday evening. I've assigned an attorney to it, and she's still looking at it.
Excellent.
Okay, so
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner,
No.
because I mean, I had the same concern that Commissioner Price had. I would like the civil DA to do a clear recommendation about this. I also have, and we have time. This is not really due till July 2024, so we have some time to look into it. I also would like to see the reconciliation, because I know Dr. Watkins in the current system, she's still looking for having the numbers by mid or late March.
What
So-
number's that?
Number
43.
45,
Yeah.
number 43, I'm
43.
sorry,
43.
43, addendum 43.
Yeah, I was looking for
43 is the child care.
I was looking for that. So you want
That's-
to pull that for 2 weeks? right?
Well, no. Commissioner Price beat me to the core, but I mean, I wanted to ask some questions, be sure that they still have time to file it, Judge. I mean, so they still have till July 24 to file it. Then Dr. Watkins, I want Dr. Watkins to have the reconciliation of the current system, which is still in progress, and we anticipate to have those numbers by the mid-March, end of March, probably April, but we still have time, right, Dr. Watkins?
Yes, ma'am. The resolution's due to DCAT by July 1st, 2024.
Sounds good. So time is, I just want to be sure that time is not the essence on this. And then, of course, I don't want to feel that the budget office has any, opportunity to review, and the civil DA has the opportunity to say if it's revocable or not. Because, I mean, we all know that it's a good item, but nevertheless, 100% tax abatement is, I want to be sure that I know exactly what the county is committing for and how long are we committing for that. Because once budget comes, and here goes, Judge, I mean, nobody wants to raise taxes, but if I give 100% tax abatement, I want to be sure that the other departments that need more personnel, that the other departments, that all the construction, that our employees that are going to get salary increases, that we are, conscientious and through this. So with that being said, Commissioner, I guess you are going to pull it until
I did
Dr. Watkins has those numbers, and we're still on
he's
time.
pulling it until he has a opinion on whether or not it's a revocable tax break
Well,
or not. He's
if
not
that is-
pulling it.
But Dr. Watkins, you're in that same bin
Yes.
for the next 2 weeks, right?
Well, I won't have the reconciliation in 2
Till
weeks.
March.
It'd probably be mid-March.
And I'd like to get this
Mid-March.
moved and passed because
Mid-March.
we want to encourage cities to follow suit on this. So can we get Ms. Barbara Nicholas, can we get the opinion on whether it's revocable or not? I believe it is not revocable, but can we get the opinion in the next 2 weeks?
Yes.
Great.
Well, Judge,
Well-
I mean, but again, I just want to be very clear. I want to be sure that budget can, that the county can absorb the cost.
It's a relatively modest cost. I did have a chance to, I don't want to hold anybody to anything, but I had a chance to talk to Ken Nolan yesterday, who's very preliminary wild guess is somewhere from 5 to 8%
Well,
increases.
when it's about money, guessing is usually not the right way to go, Judge.
But
I mean,
you
I
know-
can guess how much money I have in my bank account,
Sure.
but if I can't pay my
But when we're talking
my
about
bills, I really do not like to guess it.
But we're talking about a $580,000 total cost to the county, tax break that will help the child care facilities throughout the county that our voters have already said 3 out of 4 voters overwhelmingly supported.
Judge, and I totally agree, understand, and we will be sure, to bring something to the table. I just want to be sure that we, as commissioners and representatives, extensions of state government, are very sure that our budget is there. I mean, if it's not, and Dr. Watkins, you're in budget season, it's when we start seeing everybody wants to give. I want to help everybody, Judge. I would love not to pay taxes for, 2 or 3 months. But it's not the reality. Our budget is based on taxes. And hey, I don't want to remind you that you're the one that always wants to cut more. And I don't want to cut more than what I can cut. And that is what I'm saying. We still have time. I want the budget department to be on very solid ground, just like the civil DA. And I think I put it on the record. Commissioner Price already pulled the item, and I would like us to wait until Dr. Watkins give us the go-ahead, which is our budget director.
So you are going to be doing that.
So what does this? We got until July. So what does March do with her level of comfort?
Can you get her information by the first meeting in March? Because again, we are trying to encourage our cities to work with us here because we need these child care facilities, and this is one way, and the voters have already overwhelmingly told us they want it. This is one way to help them.
So the reconciliation is targeted toward mid-March. So I was looking at it, trying to get a mid-year briefing on for April. So it's not only the reconciliation, any changes or critical.
Yeah, I don't want to wait till April. Okay. So what can you get for if we were to wait 2 weeks?
Doctor,
2 sessions.
Your statement. Finish your statement. The judge interrupted you.
Just to give you a big picture, I would like to do the mid-year in April, the first briefing in April, and it'll give us a chance to look at any changes that occurred since October 1, mid-year with BET to meet with them with recommendation. And keep in mind, ARP transition, there may be positions that we may have to move into general fund. Estimated based on our current tax rate for this foregone is like $530,000. It may not seem like a lot, but it may impact positions if you want to move positions into the general fund. So it's a lot of moving parts. It's just not this one thing.
So in an effort to be good to Dr. Garcia's concerns, I'll hold off on putting this back on, not next time, but in the first meeting in March.
There's additional information.
Well, in the first meeting in March. So, because that additional information may not come for a long time. And so do that. All right. We hadn't voted on these.
No, we haven't voted.
Staff needs to pull number 28 as well, Judge.
28?
28 needs to be pulled by staff.
Right.
I don't even think I got a motion yet.
No, you don't. Okay, so let me go ahead and present it, Judge, if that's okay with you. Okay, so I move to agenda items number 1 to 33, addendums 34 to 35, pulling by staff 4, 28 by Commissioner Price, 43 and 45. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah.
That's a motion.
Let me just make a comment.
Second.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. No, second. Okay, you got it. Dr. Wong is gone. I guess I'll send that. Are you there? Oh, there you
Dr.
are.
Wong is here.
Dr. Wong, 21. Well, first of all, 20, ending the HIV epidemic, some contract changes. And I guess, I guess that's okay. That doesn't give me as much pause. The 21, health and safety, that's $2 million we're getting. And I understood everything except a $400,000, almost $500,000, and it came under what is called health and safety in that, and I hadn't seen that before, of that $2 million. This is Court Order 21, the energy assistance program, and I could understand everything else. I just didn't understand the $500,000 under what they call health and safety.
Okay, I can check on that. I'm not sure that it's different. I haven't heard of anything really different.
Well, I'm just saying, I looked at the breakdown in the court order, and no problem. You can get back with me. I just didn't know what it was.
Okay.
And it's coming. The $2 million understood, 100 and some thousand for administration. I understood that. I understood, but the $490 thousand, I remember. It said health and safety, and that's all it said. Didn't have any better explanation.
Yeah.
So if you or Mr. Sharma
get more information.
Okay, thank you. That's I just wanted for the record. And the contract changing on the ending the HIV epidemic. You change the contract. It's amendment number 4, of course. Are we where we think we should be? I mean,
It's been pulled by staff.
20?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, 4.
Okay.
You're talking about 20?
Yeah, 20 now. And then the HIV epidemic, you had a contract change, and then when I started reading.
And I think that was at the request of DCHHS, isn't that right? And just the period, I believe, was at the request of DCHHS because of some of the appropriations.
Okay.
Okay, and then I did get a text on the other for the weatherization. It's always been there, is what they're saying. It's to address ventilation issues, maybe carbon monoxide and ventilation issues, but apparently they're saying it's always been there.
Well, $1,600,000 was labor, material, and I'm working from memory, but it was everything, and then I saw, like I say, health and safety, and they had no explanation.
Okay, but I guess to address carbon monoxide and ventilation issues.
Got it, no problem. Thank you. Just want to know what about that.
I also had some comments, Judge. I wanted to make some comments on agenda item also 21, the weatherization. Dr. Juan, kudos. We have helped more people in this last year than in all the years before. Appreciate it to you and your team. Also, thank you for your help with the Grand Prairie office. As you know, the city of Grand Prairie made some remodeling in the area where Dallas County Health and Human Services had their office, and you have been instrumental in, being there, and kudos to you and your team as well. And also on agenda item number 35, addendum item number 35, this is the item that allows ACFR, the Dallas County Annual Comprehensive Financial Report continue. Is this has anything to do, Dr. Watkins, with some of the issues that you're having, or this is just strictly under the county auditor? It's addendum item number 35, and we're amending this contract for $85,000.
Actually, this is for James Hayes, who's a former county employee. He was very instrumental in making sure we got our CAFRA passed in many, many years. He retired, so we want him to come back and help us out because he knows the system very, very well. Does an excellent job. He retired over a year ago, so.
We have new management in financial audit. Actually, it's a big project. Mr. Hayes was with us for the past how many years, but once he retired, we need to transfer the know-how, the knowledge. So Kevin Camacho is the new manager, and his assistants are new, but we had to go that step. But he is reviewing that charter school, TJJD, and he's making July 1st. So the 3 months, me and my predecessor planned it, thinking not this situation coming. When the situation come now, we needed Mr. Hayes for a longer time, so that's why I asked extension.
Okay, so he's been here already. We're giving him another $85,000 to finish on March 31st.
Yes, hopefully ACFR will be finished by there. That is the deadline. So we will be, hopefully before that, but by March definitely.
Okay.
Some of that he's already worked on, right? It's not like he starts today and we're going to give him $80,000.
No, that's correct, Judge. I mean, he started, some time ago. I mean, this is an additional $85,000 to finish the work.
But it's not an additional 85, is it? Some of the 85's for work he's already done? Doesn't this go back some?
Good question. I don't know.
You see what I'm saying? Like today is the 6th of February. It's not like the work he's doing between now and the 31st is 85,000. There's some of that that's already passed.
Yes, some of it is already passed. He's already in the process. But when we budget it, we said by the end of the day, we need this much. That's what we are adding.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, we have given him already some money, Judge, because the total agreement is going to go to $125,000. This is only $85,000 more.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay, well, it needs to be done. I mean, definitely something that we need, and at this point, hey, there's no way going back. Sounds good. I mean, you answered my question there, and that's all.
Well, I have one quick question. When item number 4 was pulled, is that just for 2 weeks?
Commissioner, staff pulled that because of additional questions we got that we weren't going to have the answers ready for this meeting. Plus, Texas A&M asked for some language changes in the contract that we need to work through before we can bring it back.
But it will be brought back.
At some point, maybe not the next meeting, but it is our intention to bring it back.
Okay, because that was my question. Is it because there was nothing said, it was just pulled, not?
Yes, ma'am.
Or what the plan was. Thank you.
And some of the changes will be there, right, Mr. Reed, and when it comes back?
Yes, we'll get the changes sorted out before it comes back to the agenda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reed. Okay, any additional questions, guys? If not, I would like to redo the motion, Judge, because the district clerk has just asked me to pull out agenda item number 11, which was a presentation of Mr. Hyder, and we don't have to vote on that. So I move orders 1 to 33, addendums 34 to 35, pulling number 4, 11, 28, 43 by Commissioner Price, and 45.
Second accepts the amendment.
All right.
Excuse me. Why don't we have to vote on
Because we didn't have to vote on the presentation of Mr. Hyder,
well,
so
no,
we
I
just
saw the presentation, but we don't have to.
Correct. But the district clerk asked me to pull it.
Okay, no problem.
Is that okay, ladies?
No,
with you?
Okay. I'm fine.
Sounds good. So we have a second. Thank you, Commissioner Sommerman. Judge, you have it on the table.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. I don't believe any of our pulls were for separate votes. So now we're on to our public speakers. Will the bailiff please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers?
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. And in all applause is to be kept brief in observance of time constraint. Disruptive visitors and the registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Our first public speaker is Dolores Phillips.
Thank you for allowing me to speak, Honorable Jenkins. The handouts that I forwarded to you, I didn't get a chance to bring the physical documents. NPR-23-03429-2. Honorable Warren appointed a court attorney ad litem, Deepti Sharma. I'm alleging on the record again, Deepti Sharma was hired to battle me for retaliation and to deliberately throw my dad under the bus for retaliation. There's an order granting her verified application for attorney ad litem fees. She didn't do what she said she did. I'm alleging if she had did what she said she did, my dad would be here today. 10 years of you lawlessly battling me. Over in court 101st with Honorable Judge Stacey Williams, stolen exhibits missing from the court, FBI files, DPD video, body cam, dash cam, medical images with medical reports showing and proving that my injury, where I was crushed on a forklift that was non-reenactable, was stolen, and those injuries that I sustained in 2/13/1998 correlates back to my pain right now. I'm alleging the exhibits were deliberately stolen to obstruct justice. In the deception that I continue to be battled by, I will continue to speak the truth. My dad was deemed an incapacitated elder person. I'm alleging that Dallas County, just as they did with Robert Groden for over 20 years, had their links, connections, and networks to call the rehab center, Rehabilitation Wellness Center of Dallas, to take my dad back to an unsafe, inappropriate environment. I'm going to continue to speak. I went to the U.S. Attorney's Office, left some of the CDs that were stolen from Honorable Williams Court. The U.S. Attorney's Office said that they forwarded the complaint to the United States District Court of Northern Texas. When they said I could come get my complaint, the CDs were missing, and they said they had forwarded that complaint to the U.S. District Court, and I believe them. And I want to say this, Commissioner Price, because you are very much admired. And I allege, and I'm going to say this for the record, that you and I were both battled by the same links, connections, and networks. And to this very day, I will never understand why you were ever indicted. I also say the same about Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. I believe him and the 4 whistleblowers, it has everything to do with everything. When you look at the 4 Texas whistleblowers trying to get their jobs back for speaking of an injustice, Honorable Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton was indicted or impeached and then acquitted by the same people who indicted him. So I'm alleging that it's all deception.
But Dolores, you're out of time.
Can I say one more thing, Honorable Jenkins? The deception that Dallas County and City of Dallas do as municipalities behind the scenes is self-implode. Okay. I'm going to take them blows for my dad. He's the only thing that I know.
Next time.
They did, okay. But Honorable Jenkins, they didn't have the right to do that to my dad. I'm going to continue to speak and take the blows. Right. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Crenshaw. All right. Our next speaker is Tony Renee Jones. Tony Renee Jones. Online, man? Okay, our next speaker is Mallory York.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mallory York. I am an owner of a small barbershop on Lamar Street, Shaving Bar on Lamar. I've been there for 7-8 years now. I would like for some of you guys to come down and visit us one of these days. I think you guys remember me.
Might have to get you to cut Hatter's hair after we get 30%. Oh, no, the guy that was here earlier.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to interrupt.
I'd like for you guys to come down there.
Yeah.
Jenkins, Judge Jenkins, and John, Wally Price. I think I'd like you guys to come down there. I'm in District 2. But anyway, I'm here to talk about the family courts as usual. It's gotten a little better. Now I go down to the 330th. Now they say we're a court of law. I want to thank y'all. You know, now they make sure that people live in the county before they let them file documents in that county. You got to live in there at least 6 months or so. So thank you guys for that. I'm also here to talk about our street change. They changed our streets to Botham Jean when it used to be Lamar Street. That hurt a lot of businesses on South Lamar. South Lamar don't get no money anyway. That's always been a thing that the banks don't give us anything, and I still have a hard time getting money, even though I've been there 7 years. I make good money, and they should give us money on that side. They don't, but they changed our name to Botham Jean, and a lot of people don't want to do business on that side no more. I don't even want to keep my business there no more. But I'll keep it there because it's good for the community, and the community needs it. And the barbershops, we see a lot. And as far as voting is concerned, they need to do, Instagram, TikTok. You want to reach young people, that's how you reach them. I'm 47 years old. I think I'm the gap, between the older and the younger. We've seen both of you really want to reach them. You gotta go with social media. They on the phones all day long. That's all they do is play on their phones, their tablets. So if y'all want to get them to voting, that's the way to go. They don't come here. Look, all these people. Nobody's probably not younger than me in here. But if we want to get them to vote, and that's part of it, come down to the barbershops. We're Central Park. I was lucky enough to meet Dr. Lawrence. I wanted to give him some of my time, but this time go by so fast. But I asked you guys to extend him one more minute, give him the extra minute. This is his first time coming down, and I'll yield my time. Thank you all.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Lawrence Henry.
Yes, sir. Is it possible that I can provide the body a... Thank you, sir. My name is Lawrence Henry, and I'm the founder and Chief Operations Officer of A Bridge to Light. Before A Bridge to Light, I served in the United States Army for 26 years. 20 of those years was as a Special Forces officer, Green Beret. As a Green Beret officer, I led countless operations in Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Central and South America, and became very acquainted with my passion for contributing to liberating the oppressed people, embodied within the Special Forces motto, "De Oppresso Libere." At the time of my retirement, I was one of 6 black full colonels in Special Operations qualified, not only in the Army, but in the Department of Defense. I advanced my passion as I pursued my PhD in conflict analysis and resolution at Nova Southeastern University, and I authored a dissertation entitled "A Silent Dilemma: The Challenge Black Collegians Face, Disclosing Sexual Victimization." Unfortunately, shortly thereafter, after acquiring my PhD, after giving various combat deployments, I was diagnosed with combat-related stage 3 colon cancer. As always, I fought and I won. I'm a fighter, and I fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Lastly, as I demonstrated a desire to reduce human suffering by pursuing a master's degree in administration in justice-involved care at Morehouse School of Medicine. There, I addressed the challenge black women who were combat veterans faced re-entering society after incarceration, received the Leadership and Outstanding Student Award, and graduated with honors. And also, I'm a senior editor for Morehouse School of Medicine's Justice Involved Care publication team. With Morehouse School of Medicine, my doctoral service and military experience, coupled with, most importantly, being a joyous son, our group and communities where access to education and employment opportunities were scarce, which gave birth to Bridge to Light. With that understanding, Bridge to Light is my aspirational vision is to provide unlimited access to opportunities to the entire human family. This mission enables underserved communities to overcome obstacles traditionally hindered their progress and access to human needs, with emphasis on vulnerable persons that are subject to school or prison pipeline and reintegration and of the formerly incarcerated. I see I'm short on time, so I just want to say, given A Bridge to Light's ability to create capacity with underserved community, I request not only this unyielding support of this body, but the individuals that you have in your networks to facilitate this righteous work. I'm not saying, with that, I'm saying that saving lives is not a partisan issue. It's a human concern. Therefore, A Bridge to Light's question to this august body is, how can we count on you for our future support? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Simmons.
Good afternoon, Judge Jenkins, and to the commissioner of this quorum. I'm back here again today to speak on the cyber criminals and hackers. Recently, the Sheriff Department released to the Purchasing Department of Dallas County to auction hundreds of computers at public auction. And these computers, the hardware wasn't removed. That's very appalling that the hardware was not removed. Information on these hardware were personal information of inmates housed in the Dallas County Jail, and maybe inmates housed in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Dallas has been victimized of these vicious criminals. The Honorable Commissioner Price mentioned earlier about the inmates in the jail for petty crimes. And you mean to tell me that you can house inmates for petty crimes, you can't come after these vicious criminals? What are we gonna do? What we gonna do? Ladies and gentlemen, what are we gonna do? I'm gonna ask again, what are we going to do? We all are going to do, what are you all going to do about these cyber criminals? Play was advertised in the Dallas Morning News. Play and its cronies. We're allowing them to just run rapid, steal taxpayers' money, steal personal information, steal county prisoners' information. They just floating around out there in cyberspace. What are we going to do? What are we going to do about this? This city is the Bible Belt in the state of Texas. Are we going to stand by and let this go on? I'm not personally, I beg to differ. I will not stop until all objectives are met and full. We the people deserve answers, Judge Jenkins. Thank you very much, sir. You all have a blessed and blessed day, sir. Commissioner Price, thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Derek Avery. Derek Avery? No, Derek Avery. Okay. Our next speaker is William Hopkins.
Judge Jenkins, my name is William Hopkins. I heard John got a Martin Luther King some kind of award. I never saw. I just heard it. I'd like to know what they said he done to deserve a Martin Luther King award. I've been coming down here about 25 years, Judge Jenkins. I haven't heard John say nothing about no black businesses, no black person to help. He haven't done nothing to help nobody. John, I've been coming down here 25 years, Judge Jenkins. I've been talking about Sand Branch, West Dallas. John voted for me not to speak when I was speaking about Sand Branch and West Dallas. He voted for me to speak once a month, him and Lee Jackson. He voted with the white people. He got a whites-only water fountain, state of the art. He had a camera on it. He had you could drink out of the water fountain when it was over across the street. Now he put it over here. He done, some white people saw blacks drinking out the water fountain. So now he got a rope around the water fountain for the white people. He let the blacks die in West Dallas from the lid. Him and Fred Byron and Bud, Lisa Blue and Dorothy Bud of the Fred Byron and Bud law firm. Him and some ministers. Jesse Jackson came to West Dallas and helped John Wiley Price and them steal the money. He got a Martin Luther King Award. I'm telling you, I'm trying to find out what did they say he did to deserve that. He Sand Branch, the people went 30, 40 years with no water, died with no water. People done died, and thousands of people done died in West Dallas from the lid. He got paid, had them people come to the boys club, him and the ministers.
Okay, Mr. Hopkins.
I'm telling you what happened. I was there.
We don't.
John, Jesse Jackson. I'm telling you what I saw. I was there. You can't tell me.
1 second, Mr.
You can't.
Hopkins.
You messing with my time. I was there. You can't tell me what I can't say. And I was there and I saw him. I saw Jesse Jackson.
Trying to
I went to the boys' club
You're
when they
done
told
for
him
the
not to
day.
tell them. I was there.
Mr. Hopkins.
What?
Go ahead and sit down.
Come on. Sit down?
Yes, sir. Sit down.
Is this white supremacy? I got 55 seconds.
Will you sit down on
Is this
your
white
own, or do
supremacy?
I need
You
to
using
get
your
somebody
white
else?
supremacy.
All right. Mr.
What?
Hopkins, you're
What?
done for the day, okay? You can't say disparaging remarks. You're done.
I was there, Judge Jenkins.
Okay. Come on. You're done, sir. I'm sorry. All right, our last speaker is Tatiana Cormier.
She's online. Give me 1 second.
All right. We can see you. Go ahead, ma'am. Oh, she's frozen. Don't start that yet, because she's frozen. Ma'am, we can't hear you though. I think you're muted. Can you hear me? Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me? Is she muted? What's up, ma'am?
Business in Dallas.
Here we go. We had her for a second. Let her start over when you get it. So, ma'am, if you can hear me, ma'am, she can't hear me either.
Apply.
Well, they know where to fix it. Is it on our end or her end?
Or yes. It was
Okay, so if we can't get that fixed, let's certainly offer to have her speak at the next court, and also we can get her remarks that she's reading from sent to all the court members. Oh, yeah,
Mr. Martin's going to try to call her.
Yeah, her number's on this sheet, Daryl. Give her a shout. She's talking for the phone. She ain't gonna pick it up.
She didn't hear the phone, looks like.
Well, she's probably not taking an unknown number while she's talking.
Well, she should get some message.
All right.
Oh, she just said, oh.
Yes, ma'am. How are you? Hello, are you on the Commissioner's Court?
Hey, now I can hear you.
I apologize.
Now we can hear you.
Sorry to make you go through this twice.
Do I start over?
Wait, hold,
Yes,
we need the
please.
video.
Yes.
Video's on. Please start over. I'm sorry for the technical difficulty.
I'm sorry. Do I start over? I can't hear anybody.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
start over. I'll timer on my phone. That's cool.
I asked for another retrial, then she continued to claim she could not read them clearly, although the documents were high-resolution, clear photos of typed documents. She continued stating that since we are already 30 minutes into the trial, she has more cases and needs to continue the day. When I opened my mouth to object, I was kicked out. I asked of you today for a time slot on one of your schedules to give this matter the justice it was neglected of yesterday. Most importantly, I visualized the Commissioner's Court taking the concerns I have laid out to you before today, with the lenses and gravity that the FBI Fraudulent Businesses Department and Fair Housing would, as well as I truly believe with you all today, I am not and should not need to go to those lengths for a retrial.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, no, she was talking long before that. Can you hear us, ma'am? Can you hear us?
She can't hear us. Well,
Can we?
Yeah. Seemed like she had it all down on her phone and was reading and tell her just copy and send it to you. You know, I mean, I don't even want to make her go through it.
And we can give her the opportunity to come.
Well, yeah,
tell
if
us
she wants to
about
come down next time, but I'm just saying, just let her copy and send it to us. You know, like know what she's. All I know is something about county court at law number 2.
it. All right.
Is that Demetria Benson?
No, I think she's 1. I can't remember who 2 is. No, Sally Montgomery's 2, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay, same thing. Doesn't make it. Yeah.
Okay, were you able to get her? No, but okay, so that's unfortunate, but we're gonna make sure that person gets her. Melissa Bellins too. I'm sorry. Okay, so we are gonna make sure that person gets her opportunity to speak, and we're gonna get her comments in writing as well. All right, and so that concludes our public speakers for today. Given that we can't get that technical difficulty worked out. We're now going to adjourn for closed session for chapters under 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of that closed session will take place in a subsequent open session, and we'll begin closed session momentarily. All right, no action from the closed session. Court stands adjourned. Thank you all.